Self to the faculties.
They know well then. Last episode we discussed about the same. Okay, so I hope they knows me. So myself Ramar Bose. Okay, so yeah, so we'll see.
Thank you. Yes. Before getting into the the things like what is the program is all about. So just I hope everyone got your mail, right? So once you get a mail, you have all the meeting links and WhatsApp chat groups and also the details like about LMS. I hope you got the link for LMS. So just go through the mail once. So most probably you would have got a mail in that they have mentioned the LMS link. Okay. So just go through once and then we can start our session. And one more thing, a very important thing is every faculties have to register in the LMS. That is very, very important. If you're not going to, register, so that will not be considered. So kindly register to the LMS. So once you have registered, so what happen is we'll be creating a batches. There are two batches is going on. So we will be creating a batches. Once it is done, so you will be getting a login credentials like your user ID and password. After that, you can get into your LMS and you can see your assessments and your course details. Everything will be mentioned over there. Clear? As of now, everyone is clear. If you have any questions related to LMS, please let me know. And also, I'll show you what is the mail is. One second. Priyanka, could you please speak louder because your voice is not audible? Or you can put it in the chat box also. If you faculties, if you have any questions, you can unmute and talk. Otherwise, you can put it in the chat box. Okay, give me a minute. Let me show the mail. So here, so this is the mail you would have got. Once again, let me share it again. So like this, you would have got like greeting from 18net Foundations. And they have mentioned like, thank you for registering and everything. And what is the timing and date? And here they would have given the LMS link. Okay. So still, if you have any confusion, please let me know because without registration, well, if you are attending the session, you won't get a certificate and certification for this. So please understand. If you face any difficulties for the LMS registration, please let me know. I hope everyone have done. Yes or no? If it is yes, please give thumbs up so that I can understand. So you have done already. You have already registered. Thank you, Archana. And what about others? Okay. Okay, actually, I got some replies from the faculties like they have already done. So great. So still, if you have any questions, please let me know. So we will wait for other 2 to 3 minutes because still the faculties are joining. Okay, so just we will wait. So it is nothing but learning management system. LMS is nothing but learning management system. And one more important thing is to clear the certification. Uh, so please be on mute. So LMS, that is clearing percentage is nothing but 70%. So, and also we have two assessments here. The first one is like baseline assessment. The other one is final assessment. So most probably I'll be explaining the LMS portal 2 to 3 o'clock, most probably. Okay. So after completing the session till 1:15. So 1:15 to 2 o'clock, we'll be having a break. Okay. Is there any question you can ask now? The faculty are joining. So we'll start at 10:25 exactly. Okay. So we can start the session. So thank you for being staying connected. So the main goal of this presentation and about the day one is all about we will learn about what is the main the 5 days program is like front end, the back end, and the database. And the final, we will learn about the cloud. So how we will going to upload the data, that is whatever we have created, you're just going to deploy it in the cloud. So this is the process we are going to follow. Clear? And next one is, if you have any questions about anything, feel free to ask. Okay. So all right, let's dive right in. So now let's move to the first part of the presentations. So you can see the topic is about a building blocks of front-end development. Today, we'll learn about a front-end development. So this is the learning objectives which we are going to focus on. First is what is software development lifecycle and stages, and software development models, software application architecture, and what is HTML5 and CSS. And then later we'll discuss about JavaScript concepts and advanced JavaScript. Okay. So before getting into this presentation, let me ask you some questions. Like, what is software development from your point of view? So what is called software development? Let's make it as a interactive session so that it will be engageable. So what is software development in your point? You can put it in the chat box, or you can just unmute and talk. I hope for all the in the syllabus they have included the software development. I hope everyone have some knowledge about what is software development, right? So let's get into the slide. The next slide is, so what is software development? So so here you can see that set of computer science activity dedicated to the process of creating, designing, deploying, and supporting. So it is nothing but if the students are getting into the IT industries, okay, so what they need, example, they can, if they are good in coding part, they can easily code it off, right? But there are certain stages they need to follow. The first one is, they need to create the creating process will be there, and the designing process will be there, and deploying. And after deploying the product also, they need to support the software. Like if the customer is facing some issues, they will be supporting, right? So these are the different process will be handled in the software development. So what is a software development life cycle? So let's get into the understanding of what is software development life cycle. So the first one is requirement analysis. So what is called requirement analysis? What are the different stages we have? So in the picture itself, we can identify, we can understand. We have to this is the first stage. Okay, so let me explain it in the diagram. Give me 1 minute. Okay, so here I will create a slide. Okay, so the diagram is nothing but, so in the real world, how it is going to be. Okay, let's discuss about it. So let me insert some shapes. So the first, I will consider this as an SDLC. Okay, so let me put some text here. Like this is SDLC. Okay, and the surrounding, the other, what are the other things we have? The first, the thing which we are going to include here is nothing but the analysis, right? So in the analysis part, so let's give a name like analysis. So can anyone tell me in a real-time example, so what are the process will be taken over here? Is there any idea? You can put it in the chat box or you can unmute and tell me. So in the analysis part, what are the stages? What are the real-time examples will be there? No idea? Okay, so let's consider. So here, so we can say like, you know, a resource allotment. So what is the resource we are going to allot? So that we can say, and we have a budget allotments, and we have like defined functionalities. So these will be in the first stage. So what is a budget and what is a resource and what is a functionality that is functionality defined. So everything will be in this analysis part. Okay. And the next part, what will be the next part? Any idea? So what will be the next part for after the analysis? So what will be the next part? It is very simple. Like we'll be having a designing. So whatever we have analyzed, whatever the data we got it from the customer, will be, getting into the design part. So this is the designing part. So in the designing part, what are the, things will be there? So we'll be having like, so I'll be having something like UI design, right? So UI design will be there, designings and database architecture. So whatever we need, so we will design it at this place, right? Architecture. And then after designing, what we will do? What is the third stage? So this is the first stage and this is the second stage. And the third stage will be okay. Okay, the third stage will be what? So it is nothing but a development. So how we are going to develop the thing. So that is called development. So here, what is the process will be like? We'll be reviewing the code. So what is the, whatever the design which is given by the customers or the market analyst, whatever. So we'll be getting that particular design and we are going to develop in this particular development page. So this we will be considering. Okay, this we will be considering as a what? We'll be getting this one as a code review. Code review stage. Okay, so this is the third one, third stage. And again, so let me put the copies like this. And what is the fourth stage will be? Fourth stage will be the testing stage, right? So what we are going to, that is after development, definitely we need to test the product. So in the test product, what are the examples we have? Like, so we have something called as, what we can say, like unit testing, or we have something like integrations. There are so many. So we have this kind of testing after the development process. And next to this, deployment. So deployment is the fifth stage. So here what we will do. So in the deployment stage, example, we will give the version. Example, I have designed some 4.0 version or whatever it may be, the customer is going to use while we are, you know, exploring it in the markets. So this stage is called as a deployment. We can say like versions like alpha or beta version like that. And finally, in the maintenance, the last part will be what? It is called as a maintenance part. So this is a maintenance part. So in the maintenance part, what we will do, it is very easy step. So what will be the example for this one? Maintenance part. Thank you, Archana. Thank you for your answer. So in the maintenance part, what will be the example? We can say like we'll be supporting the customer by maintaining the product, right? So that will be the last step. So these are the 6 steps we will be having in the SDLC. Okay, clear? I hope everyone is clear about the software development life cycle. So this is a real process. When the students are going to work in the IT industries, they should definitely know what is software development life cycle. So how it will be in the reality. Okay, I hope this is clear for everyone. If yes, please give thumbs up. That's so we can go with a model. So what are the different models we have? If it is understandable, you can put it in the chat box. Okay, thank you. So next is called as a software development model. So why we are going for a software development model? So that is very, very important. So here at this point, you can easily understand what it is. So it is each process model follows a series of steps unique to its type of ensure success in the process of software development. If example, sometimes, I want to develop a software or the process, it is going to be a quick process. It won't take much time. So at the time I will be using one model, and if it is going to take a long time, and for each and every steps, it needs a customer feedback, or the customer or market analysis idea. Then what happened, they need to use the other model. So for that purpose, we are going for this different models: the waterfall, iterative and prototype, spiral and agile model. Okay, clear? So now we'll see what is waterfall model here. So what is the main purpose why we are going for this waterfall model? So here from the, from the picture, what you can understand. From the picture, what you can understand. Okay, so, okay, no problem. What is requirements? So requirements, okay. You're talking about the requirement analysis. So I'll tell you clearly. So see here, there are different processes we are following as we have a go through in this particular part. The same thing you're going to follow in the waterfall model. So what is the thing is, example, if the this waterfall model, it is called as a continuous software development model. Example, you can see it is in the downward. So it is going one by one step. So we need to follow all the steps which is given. Requirement, if you talk about, the requirement is nothing but, we can say it like, so we need to identify the end phase and the beginning of the next. Example, what is our customer details? What are the, what are the requirements they are needed for the project? Whatever the projects or the software we are going to work, that will be analyzed first. So that is the first stage. That is called as a requirement. So what are the requirements we need? what are the needed? We can say it like what are the needed for the project. So that is called as a requirement. And first step we need to identify. So here in this part, so what we will do? So here we need to identify. So what the process is going to be, and then later after some certification and techniques to be applied, and the end of the each steps. Okay, some verification and validations usually we need to do to get the output. So if the output is going to be the consistent, example, whatever the output I'm going to fetch after all these steps, so what happened? That product and that output should be a qualified one. Okay, so that is the main purpose we are going for this waterfall models. So example, in the olden days, if you talk about the olden days, they are using this, waterfall model for the enterprises applications. Like we can talk about C, R. Okay. So we can say like, what are the, different, examples or, application they have used is like customer relationship management. For this, they have used this waterfall model. Okay. So for customer relationship management, and also they have used it for human resource management, and then for supply chain management. There are so many examples we can say. For this purposes, they have used this waterfall model. So you may have doubt like, so when I have to use this SDLC waterfall model? So that may be the question, right? So if example, if I want to use this waterfall model, there are some steps. So when to use this? Okay. So this might be the question. So to use this, first thing is a project, whatever the project we are selecting, it should be short. Then we can go for this. And if example, if you talk about the tools and the technologies is used in a consistent and is not going to change. Example, if I have software, let's say for an example, we can everyone knows this Windows. Okay, so we can talk about the Windows OS. If the Windows OS is like version of I'm using 10. Okay, if it is not going to change any version like 11 or 12, if this is not going to change, then I can use this waterfall model over there. Okay, so we can say like where the tools and technologies used is consistent, then we can go for this. Clear? And when the resources are well prepared and are available to use. So this is the important the thing where we can use, that is what are the different applications and when we can use this, and what are the different steps we are going to follow in this waterfall model. And the other example in the real time, I can show you some example. Give me a minute. So how it will be in the real time. So let me show you that as well. One second. So I'm getting the examples for you. Give me 1 minute. So how it is going to be in the real time. Okay. So here you can see this is called as a smart sheet waterfall. Okay, this is one of the application they are using. And one more, this one is called brick waterfall. So here also you can see first they are building the wireframes and they are using the develop page. And here you can see they have determined the pages. If you they are selecting the build web new websites of what are the process they are following. You can see it very clearly. And also this is Jira software. So this is also using this one. And so these are the some example I can say. What the steps? We cannot go back to the previous stage. Yes. So now next we will understand about what is iterative model. Okay. So I hope everyone is clear with this, what is waterfall model. So now let's get into this iterative model. Okay. So what is called as iterative model? So if example, after the first version, if there is a need to change the software, if I have designed it, example, let me tell you. For example, I already designed it some version. Okay, I have a version called. Yes, you're right. So see, and so first version, if I have a first version, okay, I'm trying to design some like if it is in the first version, I'm trying to use it like 1.2 or it may be a 2 second version I'm going to try. Example I have given in the example like Windows, right? The same thing we can consider. The first version, if I have something like this, and second version I'm trying to create. In that particular point, we can go for this new iteration process. Okay. If there is any need to change the software, example, in a real time, I can say like in Windows, we can take like a Windows because everyone will understand the easy way. That's why. So we can, the customer is complaining like, or they are saying more complaints are coming. Uh, there is, update which is coming on my system and which hangs my system completely. Okay. So this is the, this is the a drawback which is keep on coming. So what they have decided is they are trying to create some new version for this. So if this is the case, then we can go for the iteration. So if every releases of this iterative model is finishes in an exact and fixed period. Okay, so this will be in a fixed period and in an exact time. So that process we called as an iteration. So this particular implementation, we can say it like, it's okay. Okay, this is, focuses on initial and simplified implementation. And then we can see the progressive gain through the, complexity and broader features. So until the final system is complete. So if you are going to complete the final system, you will be facing a many complexity here while you are using an iterative model. So this will be little tough in the real time. In short, I can say this iterative development is a way of breaking down the software development of large application. We can consider something as a large application. Okay. So this is a large application. I will be make this into a splitting. You can see this design part itself, how it has been splitted. So this will be making into a smaller piece. Okay. So this larger application turned into the smaller pieces. So this is the main important thing why we are going for this iterative model. And one more important point is nothing but, if you're trying to make some changes on the version, then you will be selecting this iterative model. So example, I can say like, example, we'll discuss about this user interfaces situation. Okay, if I'm going to use this iterative model in the user interface, then what happened? Usually, if you see the circumstance where the developer Not shared. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yes, not sure.
I'm so sorry for the inconvenience. Yeah. So this is the user interfaces. I can say an example. So as of now, I think you have cleared what it is, right? So the main thing is this iterative model. It is used for to make some changes in the version, and the second thing is will be making the large development process into a smaller pieces. The designing part, you can see it has been splitted in this way. Okay, so now we are talking about how it is going to be useful for this user interfaces. Okay, so example, the developers are working continuously on a month. Okay, and they build the customers. So if example, so developer is there. Okay, developers are designing some part or developing the software. So what the customers will do, sometimes the client won't be satisfied or the customers won't be satisfied. Okay, so in this scenario, if you use this water model, it will be effective? No, because so it is in a step-by-step process. If you use this, entire process will be in the collapse. So if you talk about the iterative model, if you use this, yes, we can come again. We can check whether it is a fault in testing or the development or design. We can change, make a changes. So that is in a best example for this iterative model. And okay, then what is the other example I can say, like marketing? So in the marketing, how it has been used. So if you talk about the e-commerce fashion, okay. So in this website, remember more, it is not designed again to display an old website. So definitely they want to they don't want to create a older website. So what they will do, they will be steadily continuously alters and perfect the website. That will be there. They will give a more importance on that. Okay, so to track the metrics and correlate with the alteration. So that so what they will do is they will check with the each and every steps again and again. Using this iterative model, they can design it very well. So for that process, we are using this what iterative model. I hope everyone is clear about this iterative model. Is there any doubt? You can put it in the chat box or you can unmute and talk. Okay. So I hope there is no doubt. Okay. So next, the third model, it is nothing but a prototype model. So in this prototype model, this is the requirement gathering. If example, the developer and the users will meet, right? And then define the purpose of what is the software and what are the needs they need for the project. Okay. That the customer will explain to the developers. So in a real time, you can take in the IT industry, the client directly call the developers and they will say like, you need to make these changes for this. So this is happening. So it's the same way we can talk about the prototype. So they will meet and they will have a quick design of it. So how it's going to be. Okay. So this design is focused on, okay, this design is, focus on those aspects of software. So if example, if the customers then check the prototype, so whatever the quick design they have done, they will check whether it is okay or not. Then they will build a prototype. So looping takes back in the steps. So the loopings will be there. If it is not good, then the loops will start again. Then they will check and they will work on it. So this is the main process we can take. So here in this process, continuous, the customer is satisfied with the system. Until the customer is satisfied with the system, they will be using this prototype model. Okay, that is a real scenario, I can say. And once the user is satisfied, the prototype will be, it will be converted to the actual system. So it will be converted to the actual system and with all the consideration of quality and security. Okay. So I think this part will be very crucial, and also this will be more effective for the customers as well. And before, so we already discussed about this. So now we will see what are the applications of prototyping models will be there. So example, if it is not clearly understand or unstable, we can use this. If example, if a customer is we can say like is not understandable, or we can say like if the requirement not clear or unstable, so we can approach this prototype model. Okay, and this will give a successful changing, and it will be quickly solved. If you have any doubts in prototype model, you can ask me a question. Then, so as of now, we gone through waterfall model and iterative prototype model. So now we are in spiral model. So yeah, from the image you can see the first part is like determination of objective, alternatives and constraint. The second will be a risk analysis and evaluation. Third part will be a development of deliverable, and next iteration planning. So what is this? So this is simply will be calling as an the word will call it as so risk driven process. This will be called as a risk driven process. So this will be called as a risk driven process. Why it is called like this? It is nothing but it adopts the all the elements one or more process models. Like it can take waterfall models, or it can consider incremental, etc. So this technique is a combination of we can say it like a rapid prototyping and concurrency in design and development activities. Okay, so this is mostly we will be implementing this in a potential of a rapid development. We need some rapid development, then we can go with this particular spiral model. And the software is developed in the series of incrementing releases one by one. Okay, if you talk about the yearly iterations, what we have discussed in this iterative model, the additional release may be a paper model or prototype. But later in the iterations, more and more complete version of engineered systems are produced. Okay. The first iteration will be just a paper. Okay. And then later the product will be developed easily using this a spiral model. So when we can use, you might have a question like when to use this spiral model. So here, when the deliverance is required to be frequent, if I want to, deliver a product on a frequent basis, then I can go with this spiral model. So if my project is large, so you can choose this model, because we are using waterfall and increment model too, right? And again, if the requirements I don't know, I'm the the developers is not clear, or it is a complex, then they can consider this the spiral model. Okay, and if you see the drawbacks, like it is nothing but it is a large and the high budget project. This is high budget. Mostly this will be used in the CMM level 3 to 5 kind of organizations. They'll be using this. An example for this, we can say like game development. So this another industries uses a spiral model to develop the games. Okay. So the gaming development, definitely we can say that example here. And the last one is agile model. As of now, everyone is clear, right? In between, if you have any sort of questions, you feel free to ask and put it in the chat box, or you can unmute and talk. Okay. So now, what is called as agile model? So from the image, what you can identify? Can anyone tell me what is sprint? If you have any idea, so what is called sprint? Do you have any idea what is called sprint? This one. So I'm just putting in the chat box. Any idea about sprint? Sprints or time box period of 1 week to 1 month. Yeah, great. Right. Thank you, Neat sir. Okay, that's correct. So let's discuss about this agile model, what is Scrum and what is Sprint. Okay. So yeah, this agile methodology is nothing but it promotes a continuous interaction of development, like testing during the SDLC process of any project. Okay. So example, I have a entire project. So I'm just making into a small incremental builds. You can see. So everything it is in a small incremental builds. The sprint 1 and sprint 2 and sprint 3. So everything is in a small incremental builds, right? So all of these builds are provided in the iteration, and these iteration last from 1 to 3 weeks. It will take from 1 to 3 weeks or 1 to 4 weeks. So now this agile software phases is characterized in a manner that has several key assumptions. So let's see what it will be. Okay. So in this process, so before getting into this, we need to know the term called what is called Scrum, right? The Scrum is nothing but it's an agile development process. This will be called as a process. The students must know this. Why? Because in the agile model and Scrum and Sprint is very, very important. If example, they are trying to attend some kind of project management associate kind of role, they definitely ask about the agile model, Scrum and Sprint. Okay. So this development process is focused primarily on a way to manage the task in team-based development conditions. It is entirely focusing on the team-based development activities. It is not an individual thing. Okay. And if you in the sprint, so already Puneet have informed, like it is a time boxed event, right? So 1 to 4 weeks it will take probably. If you want to create a Scrum team focus, and it's only on a sprint goals. So it is based on it may be the sprint 1 or sprint 2 or sprint 3. So they will decide and they will be working on it. Okay. And let's see some real time example I can say. So where we can use this agile model. So we can take an restaurant. Okay, in this restaurant we are just ordering. We are ordering to the cook, like, so uh, prepare some of food before opening the shop. For example, the owner is saying like, so please cook. So we need to please prepare some of the food before opening the shop, right? So once you open the shop, the customers will get in and they will ask for the food. So this process we call it as a what? This is called as a sprint. So before the customers approaches you, you will be doing some kind of work. So that is called as a sprint, and this is a continuous and deliverable order. So whatever the customers come in, so we'll be giving the a particular sprint over there. Okay. So, and when we can use this? So when I can use this, sprint? So sprint, this agile model, if it is a frequent changes is required, so we can inform the students if they are going to, under the interview for this SDLC, we have to inform them like they should know which model will be useful for which application and which circumstance, that is very needed and knowable when they are attending the interviews, right? So next is, if example high qualified and experienced teams will be, if the highly qualified and experienced team is there, then can use this agile model. Then if the customer is ready to have a meeting with the software team, if the customer is having a lot of time, or sometimes they have a they are having a specific time to engage with the team member, software team, then we can apt or we can go for this agile model. Okay. And finally, if the project is small, then yes, we can do this. Okay. So I hope everyone understood what is agile model. If you have any questions, you can ask me. Okay. Okay, next is agile model. So what is the advantages and disadvantages? We already go through it. So let's move to the web-based software architecture. So this is very simple. So when we talk about the layers, so what are the different layers we have? Okay, so web-based software application architecture. So what is the first one? So what is the client side? We call it as, that is web browsers. Will be calling it as on a client side. Like Chrome we have, and we have Google and browsers and the Microsoft Bings. There are so many, right? So it will be communicating with the front end and the back end. So it will goes, the request will be whatever the user is giving or interacting in the client side, that request will be sent to the the presentation in the business and data layer. Then finally you will be getting the response HTML, right? So in a detailed understanding, I can talk about this. You will wonder like, so what it is, like a presentation or business or data layer. Mostly you will have a knowledge, but let me give some points, highlight points. So this business layer, it has a logic. It is also called as an application layer. So what it will do was, whenever it accepts the user request, whenever it accepts the user request from the browser, it will process it. Okay, so let me put it here. So the first thing is, it accepts, once it accepts the user request. So this is for business layer. Okay, this is for a business layer. So it is accepts the user request, and then what it will do? It will process and it routes. Okay, it routes the page accordingly, and then it will give the data. So what it is requesting for. So the data will be the output, right? So this is how the process will be in the business layer. And then in a example, we can take some applications how it is will be. So you might have heard about React JS and all, right? So in the React JS, what they will do is they will be creating a different components for the application, for a single application. So that will be the example for this business layer. And or I can say a simple example. If example, when the user access it or write the query. Okay. So if the user is writing some query, they are writing on some query. So what it will do is it helps up, the user interaction layers, and it will give the response, like it will give the responses. So this is again a simple example for a business layer. So if whatever the queries they are writing, so the response will be given. Okay. And then we have like what is presentation. So presentation is again is nothing but it is a UI component. If you are trying to build with HTML, CSS, JavaScript and its frameworks and libraries, then we can go with this presentation layer. Okay. And this is the front end technologies which we are focusing on. But this is just an example. So you can see the languages like HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and what are the technologies. Can anyone tell me like what is React? It is a library or framework? What it is? Anyone have an idea about React? You can also put it in the chat box. So what is React? It is a framework or library. Okay, no issues. It's just a library, right? So these are the technologies using this foundation, HTML and CSS, JavaScript. They have created these technologies. Okay. And what is the backend technologies again? Example, these are the backend process. Like this is a front end, which it will be visible for the user. But here, when we talk about the backend, it will not be, mostly it will not be that is visible to the user. It is a backend process. It will access the data and it will give you the output. Okay, that is the main purpose of this backend technologies. Okay, thank you so much. And now we have done with the SDLC part. So what are the different stages and what are the models we have? And we have seen some examples for it, right? So now we will getting started with HTML. So now let me just close this PPT and I'll ask some questions so that okay, before starting this, session, let me put some question in the chat box or I'll put it in the word. Okay. So can anyone tell me what is the difference between HTML and HTML5? Sorry, that is HTML4 and 5. So now the other, 45 minutes we'll be discussing about HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. I try to complete JavaScript, but if not, we can continue tomorrow with this JS. Okay. And the yes. So what is the difference between HTML4 and HTML5? Any answers from your end? No idea. Okay, no issues. Let's discuss. Because students, whenever okay, they are going for an interview, they must know what is the different version we have. Like for example, if they are talking about HTML, so what are the different version and what is the functionality it has, and what is the difference. Definitely, this will be asked in the interview. So now, so already we know what is HTML and like so. Just want to ask you some questions. So can you put some message in the chat box like what are the elements you already know, so that we can it will be easy for me. So more new tags. Okay, thank you, Rajesh. I'm expecting some answers like what are the tags you already know. Okay, so no worries. I hope mostly you will know the what are the different tags you have. So what I will do is just we will discuss about this HTML4 and 5. So from the picture itself, you can identify. So this HTML4 structure, they are using the div container, like div ID is equals to head. And for this also, they are using div container for each and everything. So, but if you see, look at the HTML5 structure, here you can see this is like a name. So header, nav, and footer, articles. Why they are giving like a name? So this is an interview question for the students. So in a HTML5, they will be using a semantic tags. Okay. So this is called as a semantic tags. Why they are calling this as a semantic tags? Because it has a meaning. So if we are seeing the a text and we can identify how it is working, but if the screen readers or something who's not okay with the visualization, then they will be facing some trouble, right? So for that particular part, they have created this meaningful tags for this HTML file. Okay, so let's have some simple examples. So how we can work with this HTML. So let's, I'll just go through with the formatting tags. What are the, different formatting tags we have? So I'm going to, and in the email, they have mentioned different tools, but I just want to confirm the tools. Uh, so here we are going to use Visual Studio Code. Okay, you can also use Notepad++. So I request everyone to download Visual Studio Code. So let me also share the link. So mostly you would have this link. Give me a minute. So let me put it in the chat box. You can download the Visual Studio Code on your PC. Okay. So, yeah. And after downloading, it is a very simple process. You can click on next, and it will get installed on your PC. We don't want to set any path for this particular, IDE. Okay. Let me save this file again because I've saved it as a text file. So while you are saving, you need to mention what is the exact save as type. So it is a .html file. So I'm giving as a .html, and this is name, file name. You can give whatever the name you want. Okay. So I'm just giving some example of formatting tags. So what is the basic structure we'll be following? So we'll be giving a doc type HTML, and if you want to add the languages, yes, you can add it. So basic structure, I'll give it. So head, and then a body element. So this is the basic structure of HTML. Okay. So inside this, what I will do is I'm going to create or give the formatting tags. So the command line will be like this, angle brackets and exclamatory. Inside this, you need to mention the commands. So I'm giving like formatting tags. Okay. So if you want to mention the language, yes, I can do that. I'm giving it as English. EN means English. And here you can also give cassette value. So as of now, we don't want it. So let's leave it. So there is something called as style guide. We need to follow the style guide for HTML. Okay. So in the body background, I'm going to give some color. So let me give it as a pink. And the text, it's going to be some, okay, red. Okay. Then what are the formatting tags we have? Example, I'm just giving us. So do you have any questions? So in the bold, I'm just giving us bold text. So B is a bold. So, but this bold is deprecated from the HTML. Okay, so we are not using this. So this is deprecated from the HTML. So now we are using a strong element. So this is the element which we are using because of the this is the semantic elements, because this has a meaning, right? And this bold is we mostly use it in the CSS properties. So that is the reason it has been deprecated, but both are the same thing. I'm giving like bold text, and then I. So height is an italic, it will be in a right angle. So
Yeah, Uma, can you share your Visual Studio, sorry, code window?
it's not shown. Thank you. So I'll just explain it again. This is a doc type HTML, and this is a HTML, and this is head and body. So in the human, so how we have like head and body, the same thing here also we have a head and body element. And so here I'm going to give an example for formatting tags. So this is a deprecated one, bold, and we are using strong. And this is a uh, italic. So here I'm going to use a EM. So this is, so instead of I, this is again deprecated, because this is we are using in the CSS. Instead of this, we are using this EM as of now. Okay. And sometimes in an interview, the students might have get a questions like, what is pre-element?
I hope, sir, you will get in another example. So I hope you can see questions, right?
Okay, sir. It is nothing but, sir, this is the structure. So let me put it in the chat box also. So in the head element, we'll be giving a title. Okay. And this pre-element, so this is an interview question for the students. So pre-element is nothing but it will, it will not accept the, sorry, it will accept the white space. So example, if I give H and, sorry. Okay, let me give it like this. Okay, so I'm giving the text in this way. So I have a white space and I have a line breaks. So everything, it will be acceptable here. Okay. So in the pre-element, but when we are using the same example, I'm just copying this. change the element name as paragraph. So let's see what will be the output. Okay. And next one is we have something called as mark. So mark means nothing but it will highlight. Example, I'm giving university. And after that, I'm just giving some name like EduNet Foundation. Okay. So this will highlight this university alone. And there are so many elements we have. So as of now, we'll just go through this formatting tags. Okay. So let me execute this code. The file name. So like this, the background and the bold text and italics, everything has been mentioned clearly. Okay. So the next example, we will see about the registration. So previously I got an answer like I know some table tags, so which is mentioned by some faculty. So let's look into the forms, how we can create a forms using this HTMLs. Okay, give me a second. So now I'm going to create a form. So as of now, if you have any questions, so please put it in the chat box. I will help you with that. Faculties, is there any doubts? Are you okay with the executions? If it is yes, please give thumbs up. We can go with the next example. So I will going to execute the registration form using a table. Is it clear, everyone? Faculties? Okay, if you have any questions, you can ask me otherwise. Okay, thank you. Yeah, so first now I'm going to create a form here. So form is nothing but we can consider a registration form, whatever the registration form. If you go for some website, definitely they will be asking you to sign up the form, right? So we are just going to create that kind of form here. So for that, I need a form element. Okay. So inside this form element, the first thing is I need to create a table. Okay. So inside this table, okay, let me do the cell spacing later. So inside this table, uh, what will be the, the output will be like, I need a name and the address and female or the gender and the city and the pin code, something like that. Okay. So how we can design this? So inside this table, I'll be creating a table row. Okay. So inside the table row, for each and everything, each and every column, I'm going to create a table row. Okay. So table data. So inside the table data, I'm giving table. Yeah. So this is how it will be table row. Inside the table row, I have a table data. Okay. So inside the table data, let me, so I want my content to be in a center. So actually this is also deprecated, but for understanding purpose, I'm using. So font size, I'm going to give it like 4. Okay, and I'm just giving a name like student registration form. Okay, so this is how it will be. So the font and the font size. And then again, I'm creating another table row. Why? Because I need to get the user name. So here I'll be giving as table data. So in the table data, I'm here I will give it as a 1 second. The table data, I'm just giving a name as name. And inside this, I have one more table data. So table data here. So this is a name, and this will be in a left side, and the right side I need a text box. So how we'll be getting a text box? It is very simple. We'll be using a input element, right? So on the type, it is going to be a text. So in the name, you can just give it as a text name, and then ID. So ID and this name will be used for giving the size to be 30. Okay. So did I close? So I need to close this input element. So first we'll, as of now, we'll check the first thing. So here for the table, I'll be giving some cell padding. So cell padding is nothing but, the space between, that border and the text. So that is called as a cell spacing. So once again, I'll tell you what is the difference between this. Sorry. This, cell spacing is nothing but the space between the cells. If I have some two cells, so what is the space between these two cells? That is called as a cell spacing. Cells padding is, if I have a text, if example, I have a text called student registration. So what is the space between the student registration and the border? If I have a border, so what is the space between that? So that is called as a cell padding. So I'm giving as 2, and width is going to be 20%. So with, we can give a table width of 20%, and the background color, whatever you need, you can give it here. So you can also give it using CSS. That can also be done. But while the students are using HTML, ask them to create an internal, sorry, that is inline colors, and then cell spacing. And I'm giving a border. Okay, so border is equals to 3. So let me explain you so how it will be. And the table row. So here I'm giving a fall span of 2. I'll tell you why it is. Okay. So first we will execute this part. So here, this is a very simple, output. So if you know this, you can create the entire steps. Okay. The first one is I have created a table. Okay. So the cell spacing, the cell padding is 2. If I'm increasing this cell padding to 10, let me refresh. We can see the, spaces between this border and the text has been increased. Okay. And if suppose I'm trying to increase the cell spacing. So cell spacing is nothing but, so here I have one cell and here I have one cell. So the both the cells will have some spaces. Okay. That is called as a cell spacing. And the border is 3. So if I increase this size to be 10, then what will happen? So the border has been increased to the 10. So it will not change the inside border, but it will only change the outside border. And what is called the width of 20%? Okay, let me give it as a 50%. What happens? It will get increased. Okay. So 50 will be calculated like this. This is a 50%. So this side will be a 25% and this is 25%. Okay. So this form has been occupied a 50% of size. Okay. And let me change this also. Okay. So now why we are using this column span as 2. Okay. So here I have a 2 columns, right? I have a 2 columns, name and the text box. Okay. If suppose I'm adding one more column, like let me add it one more time. Okay, I have one more, table data. So now what I can do is I will change if this is on a 3, the column span get increased. So it will occupies all the 3 columns. I hope this form, the registration form is very simple. And if you're trying to add, the other, we can say it as a radio button. We can also do that. Yes, any doubts? Okay, you are asking like default size unit be pixel for which one you're talking about? Okay, so generally I'll tell you. So there are different measurement units we have. Okay, so example, the measurement units, if you talk, okay, example, I talk about a font size. So in a font size, okay. So if I have the font size, like I can mention it as a pixel, or I can use it as a EM, or I can use it as a REM, or I can also give it as a CH. Okay. So there are different measurement units are there. So most probably will be using like pixels or EM, REM. So everything will be used. Okay. So this is not, we cannot defaultly say this will be definitely used. It depends upon the creation of the website. Okay, it is not only a pixel, so we have many. And yeah, so these are the different measurement units we have. Let me also put it in the chat box. Like the font size you have mentioned before. Okay, you are talking about this font size. Yeah, we can, yes. This is actually, this font we are giving as an element. This is not an attribute. We can do it in a two-way. Example, let me, the table I try to give as a style. So style is an attribute. Inside the style, I'm giving a font size to be some values. Example, some 10 pixels. Okay. Like this I can give, or I can directly go with this as an element. I can also give it as an element, or you can give it as a property. Okay. Okay, so now and then mostly you will be know how to create a radio buttons and this one. So now what we can do is I will just create, what is the time? Okay, if I have a table row, so I will just give a radio button. So radio button is very simple. So I'll be giving like table data, and I will give a table, like, okay, so here I'm giving as so gender. Either I can give it as a gender or sex. Okay, so here again I will create a table data. So here input type. So what is the input type? So that's going to be a radio button, right? And the name or whatever you're going to give. So you can give it like this, or I can give it like gender. And what are the options you have? So first I will go with the option called value of male, and then the size of that particular value. So I'm just giving us 10 again, and I'm giving a name of male. Okay. So same how. So copy this. I'll change this value alone to be female. And here I'll be giving it as a female. Okay. And if I run this, you can see, so here I have given the column span. So that is the reason it is showing like this. Let me remove this. Okay, here I have some space. So, okay, let me remove that name also. So I have added name. Table data name. Okay, no issues. So yeah, here I have. Okay, so now the next part we can talk about the option value. So how we can add the option values. So table row, and inside the table row, I'll give a table data like city, and then I'm giving option values. So option and what is the value? Example, if I give some value called New Delhi, okay, and then Delhi, and just I'm closing this option. It's already closed. Okay, and the same way I'm just having the multiple options here. So before that, we'll be having a select. Okay, I'm just going to select. Either you can use a select or you can go with the input type. There are two ways you can get the select options from the user. So let me change this to I. Okay, like this we can. So where is the options? It is outside the box. So let me check. Let me give a name like city. Then so I'm giving the selected options like and I'm giving a selected and select options. So something the column, the table has not been closed. Let me check once. Table row, table data. Close table data. Okay. So if you run this, you'll be getting an option like whatever the option you have given. So like this, we will create a multiple options. I hope this form is clear how we can create it using a table. Okay, this very simple. So as like this, we have multiple things. Example, I can give you some instructions. So in tables or in the forms, we can say like we have a different elements. So elements in the sense we have like select, and we have input, and we have something called as mm, what we can say like option. There are so many elements are there, and this is a form elements. I'm talking about the form elements. Okay, and if you talk about the input type values, there are different type values you have. Example, if I'm giving an input type, I'm going to get the value from the user as a text, then I will give it as a text one. Okay, or else if I'm going to take the type value as a password, so password what it will be? It will be in a hidden mode, so it won't show the password to the other person. So if you are typing also, you cannot see the password. Okay, so that's how it will be there. So there are so many input type values are there, and when we talk about the input attributes. Okay, the input attribute is nothing but if example, I just want to read the value alone. So then we can go for a read only. For example, uh, let me consider here. Okay, so here we have given a selected. So this is called as an sorry, here I'm just giving us read only. Okay. So read only means I can only read the value. I cannot do any addition. So let's check. Instead of this, I'm giving here. So if I try to type something, I cannot do it. So like this, we have different input attributes. While we working on it, we will use that different types of attributes. Like we have something called as focus. So focus is also there, and we have something called as size attributes. And this read only will call it as a Boolean attribute. Okay, it is like kind of true or false kind of options. Okay, and we have size, and size we already mentioned, right? So this is also called as an attribute. So here you can see we have mentioned size, and in the input box also we have mentioned like a size of 30. Okay, so these are all the attributes. And what are the different, apart from that, we have something called as a form attribute. So what are the form attributes? For example, I give some input to the user. If I type something, what are the different attributes is? The first one is we have something called as method, and something called as the action, and one more thing is called as no validate, and something called as a autofocus. Okay, sorry. Here we can add disable like that. Okay, autofocus. So these are the multiple form attributes. So where we are going to use this, actually we will use it here. For example, I'll be adding a method to be a get. Okay, so get means, let me remove this read only here, and I will refresh the page. If I type something like this, and I'm giving like female, and this one, okay, I need to give a submit button. Sorry. Here I will add a submit button. So let me give it like table row, table data. So submit button, you can give it using an input element, or you can go with the button. So both are equal. The button type is equals to submit, and the value I'm going to give it as submit. So this is how it will be. You can give a column span. So here at the top, you can see all the information. It is viewable. So whatever the name I have given, so like text name and gender, the city, everything, we are viewing it. Suppose I'm changing this method to be a post method. Okay, let me save this, and I will refresh this page. Okay, let me try it again. And it is not refreshing. Once again. Okay, if I refresh using this post method, so what is the concept is, it is a secured one. You will not be able to see the the output on the URL. Okay. So next one is like no validate. If example, let me give it as no validate. And I'm trying to give here, that is in the text box, I'm just giving like it is a required one. Okay, so I'm just changing this as a required one. Okay, so no validate. So what happened is, so if I type something like this, so it is sorry, I didn't give. So mail. So I've given a required for a name and I'm giving a value for everything. I'm just giving click. So now if I remove this no validate value, if I save this and I'm trying to, again, it is accepting once again. So what is the concept is like, if I have given a required for any particular value, okay, if I given a value for this, that is attribute is required, and I'm trying to give a no validate. So I'm sorry, I didn't give on or off. That is for this. And one more attribute is called as a autocomplete. So autocomplete, if I give on, okay, if I type, so if I type Uma, you can see my name, right? If I close this autocomplete, if I refresh this page, you cannot see. If I type Uma, you cannot see at the, at the bottom, you cannot see my name, right? So this is a usage of autocomplete. So this is the basic, importance of this forms. Okay. And next, I'll just give you the, 5 to 10 minutes. I'll give you the, discussion about CSS. After that, Ramar sir will help you with the, front end part. So how we are going to execute. Sorry.
Really now our patent hijack ಮಾಡಿ
Okay, so 5 to 10 minutes, I will explain you about CSS. Later we have time, okay, at 2 to 3 o'clock, because Rama sir will explain you about how the project, that is a front end website, will work with a specific code. Okay, so now let me ask you some question like, so what is CSS and why we are going for a CSS? Let me also conclude about HTML. So as of now, we learn what is the basic structure of HTML and what are the formatting tags we have and how we can create a forms. And what is the difference between the HTML and HTML5. So later I will execute the, semantic elements. So how using a semantic elements, how we can create this page. So give me 1 minute. Let me execute that as well. So because this is very important, so let me show you. So how the semantic elements will be. So whenever we are talking about the semantic elements, it is nothing but it will be in a different way. Example. So I told you like it will be a meaningful that is element. So first, if example, whatever the page, if you take, let me take. Okay, so if I click on this link, here you can see this is the header. So in the header part, we have a logo and we have some navigations, right? So this is how the pages will be. And next, after this header, we will be having a that is articles or the aside part, whatever the information we are going to define, we will be defining it in the article part. And at the bottom, what we will be having, we'll be having a footer, right? So this is how the website has been created. So after I think okay, so Ramar sir will explain you about the simple code. Then I will go with this semantic element tags in HTML. So how we can create this. Okay. So before getting into this code, let me explain you. So what is CSS and CSS. Also, what is CSS? Can anyone tell me what is CSS? So what is the term called CSS? So what is the purpose we are using this? Yes, you're right. For styling and a HTML, and this is a cascade style sheet. Is great. So apart from that, any idea? So mainly to give a presentation or to give the appealing kind of thing on your website. So that is the main purpose we are going for it. Exactly, Sugimar. So it is used for the layout management. So there are different. Can you tell me like how we can create this web page? Example, I have this web page which I have opened already. Okay. So previously I showed you one website, right? So what are the different ways we can create? Any idea? So actually we can create a website. Okay, we can create it using a table. We can use it creating position values, that is layout, and we can also create it using grid concept. We can create it using a flex concept. Okay, there are multiple things. Example, if you see, I can show you one example. If you go to the Facebook, sorry, not a Facebook, Flipkart. Okay, and if I go to Amazon, there are two different websites we have. If I click on this link, we can see the difference. So both are e-commerce website, right? So both are e-commerce website. If you see this website, how the element has been placed. So here the element has been placed it in the column wise directions, right? Sorry, that is row wise directions. So each and every element has been placed in a column. So this is how it has been displayed. But if you go and check the Amazon website, in the Amazon website, how it has been placed, it is in a grid format. So here they have used the CSS grid, and here they have used the CSS flex concept. Okay, so we can create a page in a different ways. The table is a really old type of thing. So if you know, that is, if the students are good in grid and flex, it will be really good. So if they are going to check the website, so how it has been designed, they can go and check the website, like which layout they have, that particular website has been used. So that is very, very important. Okay. And also, after creating the website, it should be a responsive. So responsive in the sense what? So it should be compatible with all other devices. So that is very must. Okay. It should be responsible. Example, if okay, if I'm in this website, okay, I'm right clicking, I'm just going to the inspect element. So not this. Let me get into the Pro. If I right click on this, I'll get into the inspect element. You can see if I change the size, the website is also changing, right? So you can also change the dimension. You can set the values accordingly. If I want to use if the customer is going to use a Surface Pro 7, so how the output will be, the website output. So this is a responsive, and we'll be using a media queries. So later we will discuss about it. And then, so if it is ready with the responsiveness and about the layout, so next is they are ready with the website using the CSS. Okay. So as of now, any doubts? Example, in the responsiveness, I can give you some example. If I have a phone, the customer is having a phone, and it is something we call it as a 600 pixels. Okay, it is maximum of 500, that is minimum of 500 to to maximum of 600 pixels. Then what happens? The phone, how the website will be designed in this particular way. That is in the minimum 500 pixels to maximum 600 pixels, how the output will be. Example, I want my navigation to be like a width of, we can say it like 100%. So all the content should be displayed in 100%, or we can call it as a column. Okay. And if the customer or the user is using a maximum, we can say it as a tab. So what is the maximum and minimum width? We can set the column width accordingly, or whatever the elements or the properties you're going to define, you should give the values like property and the value. Okay, don't worry. I'll be explaining you very clearly. Before that, we will see the real-time application, which is designed by Ramar sir. So he will explain you how it's going to be. Okay. So if you have any questions, you can just put it in the chat box. I can help you with that. Thank you. Ramar sir,
Thank
it's
you,
over
Ma.
to you.
Yeah, thank you, Ma. So I hope everyone can hear me, right? So well. So I hope that you started with some basics in the HTML, right? So let's go with now. So something different way. So I hope everyone knows what is website, right? Uh, I believe all the people are listening. Okay. So let's go with some basics, So then let's go with that. Okay. So in most probably we will discuss more on the hands-on. But before we starting hands-on, we need some communications, right? So we want to understand what I'm talking, what you're, what level you are So we want to had a small, interaction. So let's start with that. Then we will go with this all examples. Okay. I hope that many people visited in so many sites, right? Right. So which sites you people like it? So for example, personally, I like Facebook, right? So because I started to use Facebook from 2012. Okay. So in that stage itself, currently in now onwards, okay, I'm liking so much Facebook, front end and even the back end also in similar way. So I'm looking some options there in the Facebook. I like it some like options. I like it that post option. I like to add the post. I like to make some cards. Like there are so many options in the Facebook. In similar way, similarly to the Instagram. So Instagram also supporting for the mobile, and it's supporting for web applications, right? So there are so many applications, right? Which application you like it, which application options or which application features you like it. Can you text it? Because probably we are going to see in similar kind of things only. So I hope which website you people are like much. LinkedIn, very good. Okay, great. So any other things? So just now it's power went. So I hope that. So little talk my face. Okay, great. LinkedIn and any sorry, any other sites. Probably everyone like to see some websites, right? Every day. So every day people will look at Instagram. Every day people looks some tutorials. Every day people will start to look Facebook or some other so you people depends upon that. So you have seen it so many options in the website, right? So I hope that you people some options or some features you may like it, some features may not like. So that is the things we are going to learn it today. Okay. And probably we starting before the session coding part. I want to explain few things. Okay. And then we will go with that. Okay. Okay. PowerPoint is enough to go. Yes. So now we will try to understand what is website. I hope that everyone knows. Okay. But I don't repeat the same thing. Okay. Don't worry. So basically, we know in the website there is a two part, one is the static and another one is the dynamic, right? So when you talking about the website, yes, I need some content. I'll take this. Okay, sorry. Okay. So I'm so basically lazy man, so I don't want to type it again. Okay, so here I'll just come to type. So we are talking about website, right? So this is the thing which I'm going to do now. So the first stage, software development, it is a very biggest area. So in the major of the software development, major topic will be based on the web application, second mobile application. And then today I'm talking, okay, so current situation based on known as the Windows application, which means standalone application, web application, mobile application, standalone application. These are the three applications comes under the software development. Okay, so basically comes under the software development. There are the three kind of things. Okay, so one is the mobile application. Okay, so today is so hot, right? I'm just talking about that. So mobile application. Okay, second thing, of course, we know. So very probably talking about the web application. Okay, and then third application. So of course, that is the standalone, which means system. Okay, so computer based application. Okay, so that's it. Okay, so these are the three area which we currently software development will comes under that. Okay, so okay, fine, I'll make it simple math that will be easy for understanding in future, right? So that's the reason I just connected with this. Okay, so similar way, same thing, software development field for standalone, and this is for the web development as well as. Okay, so probably we today start from the web application. So web application is very basic to go for the mobile application. At the same time, this is the very base to understand the standalone application also, because standalone application codings and formatting everything entirely different. But the basic understanding or basic so basically we cannot go to learn very hardest part, right? So we have to learn very simplest part, right? So that is the good way to learn all the things, right? So that is the reason we are starting learn from the web application. It is very easy to learn and easy to develop. That is the reason we are starting the web application. Okay, so I hope that my screen is visible, right? So second part, okay. So I hope I'll make it very bigger. Okay. So in the second part, what we need to do, so we are in the web application. Okay, so we have to know what are the things comes under the web application. So basically under the web application, there is a two area, static web app. Okay, so second thing, which will be comes under the dynamic web apps. Okay, so I hope everyone knows. But the thing is, the 2T2 explain all the things, right? So that is the reason. Okay, so another one is the dynamic. Okay, these are the two area which we need to know that. Okay, so let's go with that. Okay, fine. So I'm just coming under the web application. It's come static web application. Another one is the dynamic web application. Okay. So today we are focusing only static web application. But before we starting the static application, web application, we need to know what are the requirements. I have some question as well as what is the requirements we need to do this. Okay. So let's go with that. So when you people wants to learn the static web application, so you people wants to understand few things. Okay. So fundamentally, what are the things we need to know? 1 minute, I'll just take it. So because it is easy to understand, right? So I'll just make it one line for you to understand. Yes, I'll take it this line here. Okay. So first thing, so which we need to know, HTML. I hope I will explain laterly about that. HTML. Okay. So I hope you studied, but anyway, no problem. I will explain few things and CSS. And finally, we need JavaScript. Okay, so these are all the things we are going to discuss today. JavaScript. So I make it JS only, JavaScript. So JavaScript is today, it is ruling the whole software, mobile application, web application, even when you developing standalone application, which is need or which is required the mobile interface or web interface. So it's supporting JavaScript. Okay, so it is a very important thing. So basically when coming to learn that, software development area. Okay, let's come to those three things we are going to learn. So not extra that from, static website. Okay, so basically it's not required even that static, but for example, I'm just adding for few purpose only. So for making that, connectivity purpose only, I'm just adding JavaScript. Otherwise, JavaScript also not required for this static web applications. Okay. And similar way, I'm just taking the same thing and I'm just going with that dynamic web application. Yes, it is required JavaScript. Basically, I'm deleting this. So it is not required there. So I just go with that here itself. Okay. So that is enough for creating static web application. HTML, CSS enough. In similar way, so JavaScript is will be added for the dynamic, and we need any backend programming, which means server side programming. So PHP, or else you can add Java servlet programming. Okay, so it is a Java servlet programming, or else if you're developing .NET based framework, so you can add the C sharp. Like there are so many languages, there are so many backend languages out there, so you can go for the creating dynamic web page. So we need to understand what is dynamic, what is static. So dynamic means it will get, or it will be receiving some input and it will be doing some process and it will be giving some output. Okay, that is what dynamic website. What about static website? It's so simple. It is just marketing web page. Okay. And I hope that next question, I'm not asking you that questions. I want to clarify few things. I hope you people good than me. So yes, yes, sir. Yes, great. Okay. Okay. So let's come into that understanding. So basically, we know why we need to know why we need to develop web application. So particularly, this is for marketing purpose only. The main purpose, it is only for marketing. I hope you people know very well. 2003, I think so. Okay. So 3 to 7, 2003 to 7, you can see all the banking sector, all the, marketing sectors. Okay, so every people's taking that website into their hand, they started to advertise their product easily to the people. Okay, so web development, it is the very biggest marketing tool. So that main purpose of the website development, so they are planning to sell their product through the online, okay, through the internet. So that is the main purpose of the web development. Okay, so that is what we are studying. So if you need to give only information about your project, sorry, product, you can go for the statistical web application. Or else you want to do some, dynamically, or else you want to do some conversation with the client and then backend, so you can go for the dynamic web application. Okay, so okay, fine. So I hope no need more explanation on the introduction. That is the enough. I'll share my screen, sorry, I'll send it this one for you to understand also, so you can also take that things. So okay, so this is the basic ideology. So while we entering into the coding part, okay, we people knows where we need to use, like, what is the programming skill we required for static, what is a skill required for the dynamic also we know. Okay, so I asked some site. Okay, so and one person was interesting answer given. So motto, right? So yeah, yes, sir. Yeah, really great, sir. So I'm happy about this answer because so motto is kind of a mobile application, but we people are frequently used. Yes, sir. You are also okay. Great. Okay, let's coming to the point. So Facebook or some sites, so we are looking so many features, right? So how they are developing, what it is required, all the things we are going to cover. But before we looking into the coding part, I will show some, interface. Then you decide, let's try or not. Okay. So first of all, I hope I'll go with that coding part. So let's go with that. I'm just opening this one. Don't worry, I will explain the code as well as, okay. I'm running this code. You can see that it is looking interesting. Okay, so that is the one, that is the one site or one image. So I want to click this image. It's going with the next. It's going with the next. It's going with the next, right? Even while creating some interactive, or sorry, some, good presentation. So basically, website is the presentation based. So whatever coding you written behind, that's not a matter. So the basically, so you have to attract the client people. So for that, we are developing the website that should be so attractive. So we need to add some of those kind of things. Okay. So let's look at this one. So you can see when I'm clicking that interface, it's moving smoothly and will be looking very nice. So for this kind of website developments, we need to have these HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. And even I show you other other things as well, as that will be interesting one. So see, we people have seen it, this kind of things in the uh okay, no problem. So otherwise I'll run from my code. Okay, so no need JSON. Okay, I will open from my content. Okay, so this is the code, so which is directly not running. You can see that. So that is the steps. So for example, we will apply some fellowship, or we will just apply for some government job, or else we will fill some application in online. It depends upon that. Okay, so while you filling that applications, it is asking to stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, right? So if you want to move like that also we can do. So that is also we can simply created in the HTML, CSS and JavaScript. Okay, so in similar way we had it other options as well as. Okay, so you can see that. So I'll go with that another one. So this is the interesting one, but anyway, let's look at that. So see that there is the one simple article. So I just having the menu. I'm just clicking the menu button. It's rotating that menu. So, okay. So you can do so many features in HTML and CSS plus JavaScript. So this will be engaging the people very attractively. Even we people like while you open any Spring or some sites, journal sites, so it will become something something like comes cookies, right? So after that accepting the cookies only, it is allowing some things. So in similar way, if you want to create, we can go with this HTML, CSS and JavaScript, particularly JavaScript. Okay, so that will be playing the major role. Okay, fine. Now I hope that you people understood of three things what this HTML and JavaScript will do. Okay, but you need to understand another one more thing. Okay, I hope that you people know purpose, but anyway, that is too to explain, right? So that is the reason I'm just telling about this. So we are looking this part only. So that is the reason I'm taking this one. Okay, I'm taking this one only. Okay. So we have to understand few things here. So how this HTML is working. The basically, if we people are constructing house or something, what we will do, so we will creating some structure, right? So basically whatever website you take, all the website will be constructed through the HTML only. So now you can understand what is the purpose of the HTML. So HTML will help to create the structure of the website. Okay, it create the website. Okay, so that is the main thing of HTML. So which will be supporting only for creating structure of the website. Okay, what about CSS then? So we know, of course. So when we constructing the building, so of course we will make that coloring the building. So we will make some lights, we will make it fan, we will make it AC, and we will make it some other home appliance, right? That is all the things will be making beauty of home, right? So it will be making some beauty in the house, right? So now we can understand CSS will helping to making some attractive or colorfulness in the that structured HTML. Okay, so this will be helping. Okay, so this will be helping or applying styles of the website. Okay, so I created structure of the website. If this website wants to looking so beauty, so that is the reason. So I'm just using CSS only applying the styles on the websites. Okay, which I'm constructed the website through the HTML. In that HTML, so in that structure wants to be looking so colorful, looking so smoothness. So that is the reason I'm applying CSS. Okay, what about JavaScript? So that is the interesting one. Okay, so for example, I said I was applied home appliance in my house, right? So this is the home, just assume I constructed house. Okay, so I constructed a house. So after that, what I'm doing, so I'm just doing painting work. So for the house, painted, painted. Okay, so it looks so colorful. So now I added some home appliance, painted, and I put some home appliance also. Okay, so don't worry about spelling. Let's see that. Okay. Okay, so I'll just make it bigger. Okay. So next, what we need to do. So I had it home appliance, right? In my house, I make it some alignments. So what is happening in that HTML? So it is an interesting one. The HTML, sorry, JavaScript one. So it is making some activity on the home. For example, so I had it created, sorry, I created structure in the HTML one button. So now the button it is looking so simple, but I want to make some colorful. Or that button wants to be in the green color or red color. I make it green and red, just as well. That is can be done by CSS. But while I'm clicking that button, nothing is happening. It wants to happen something. So what I can do, I can go with this JavaScript. So the event activity can held or happen, okay, by JavaScript only in the website. Okay. So not only that one, so event activities, it is entirely covering all the activities. Okay, that is the reason I'm given event activity. Okay, event activity that can be cover all the things in the JavaScript in entire website things. Okay, so that can be like no done in the website. So this is like comes to the home appliance. There we fixed the fan, we fixed the AC, bridge, TV, home theater, all the things we fixed it. But it just looks like a button. But while I'm clicking that home theater, it wants to play the song, right? So for that purpose only, I'm using JavaScript. Okay, so it is for activate the event activity of home appliance. I hope that you understood what is the reason to study these three things, right? Okay, so these are the main three things. So to learn about this, okay, so based on these three things, we are going to starting or we are just going to discuss all these things. Okay, fine. So that's all from my end, the theoretical part. So let's go with the practical part. Okay, so particularly in the practical part, so we'll go with the coding part. So I hope that you people knows that basics. Okay, I'll just go with that here. Okay, so I hope whenever you require that codes, I will send you that. Okay, so I'll send you that. Okay. Okay, so this is the first project which I'm starting from that. So, okay. So you can also try that. So basically so many things I taken from the internet link. Okay, so because I cannot no time to download all the pictures. Okay, but you can make it your picture. You can make it your pictures on that places. Okay, so here you can add your pictures and all the things. I hope every people know the HTML talks. So basically we need to know minimum 32 minimum we need minimum 16 to 32 HTML tags we have to know, then only you can complete the website. Okay, but I'll show some activity, then I will give you that in the second half. We had a chance, I will give you demo how to develop the one website, and then so I will make you to host the same site in the internet. Okay, let's come to the point. Okay, so first thing, let's go with that, card. So we had it basically started with the as usual HTML tag. Okay, but I hope that you can understand me. So you can also try the same thing in your window. Okay, so whenever I'm just trying to write all the codes, three things will combine with my codes. So one is the HTML, second one is the CSS, and third one is the JavaScript. Okay, and this file I had HTML code. This is my HTML code. Okay, in this HTML code I was added JavaScript separately and style sheet separately. You had a doubt now. There is JavaScript, how I used this, what I was written there, I will explain laterly. So first thing you need to understand, so how I can take these three things into my HTML page. That is the first thing. Okay, so basically you can look at the HTML site. Okay, so there is the link. Okay, so this is the link. Link will be helping to fetch your file from the local place. Even that, so this stale sheet you are putting into the cloud somewhere. Okay, if you want to take that file, you can make to reference here, and that file will be automatically taken here. Okay, that is the main thing. So here you can see I was writing metadata. So what is the meta actually? So I hope that every people knows about what is meta. It's meta is data about data, everyone say. But thing is, basically we need to understand. So while you people are visiting some Google sites, okay. So while you visiting some Google site, so we are searching something about here. We are searching about something here, right? So while you searching something here, so what's happening behind of that? For example, you want to know about, you just want to know about, AI, with how to apply AI in the HTML web page. Just assume it is able, but we need to go with a different way. Just we want to understand. So how to apply the AI application in the web application. Okay, so we want to search the things in the internet means what it will be doing. So it's kind of metadata. So whatever I'm searching here, so how to deploy AI model in web application website. I simply given. So for example, while I'm searching the keyword, it is having that data could be a metadata. It going to react as a metadata. So based on this keywords, it's finding which website having this metadata or which website having the same keyword. So that keyword it is matching, right? So matching keyword matching is happening behind the server, right? So that would be held in the metadata only. So now this site is came immediately, which means like for example, I'm opening this and you can see that the inspector of element or view base view source of code, whatever it is. Okay, you can search meta. Yes, see you here. So this is what the metadata which is given there. So in the metadata, they mention what is the site. Okay, so metadata will be basically helping to understand about the particular sites. So that particular page, what is the purpose? They will write in the paragraph. So in once upon a time, so before 5 years, 6 years ago, so while you're talking about metadata, so we will give one line or two lines or one word or three words. Today we have to we need to be indeed that will go 100 words. It will be good to go. So because so that so about your related sites is immediate. I hope you understood. All right. Let's come into the point. Okay. As purpose should be used for the metadata. So this all the things will be comes here to one. So what are things will come? One is the head. Okay. Second is the type. One is the what is link. So for the style, so the four important things, head. So we have to know that these are four will come back. Okay. So let's see that. So there is metadata given. So it will be having some property. Don't worry about the property. If you have don't worry. And when you're handling that Visual Studio Code or Notepad, that will help you to that find out what are the properties that are available in the particular. Okay, don't worry about don't like no need to remember all that. So okay, fine. So next thing, so we have a link. So in the link you can able to find out. So like what are the property will come. So particularly you understand when you linking that any files, if it is linking JavaScript, if you're linking any CSS, please you need to mention that what you're linking. Okay. So I'll show you that how I linked in the Java. Okay. So when you linking script, okay, you need to mention script. That will be basically everywhere you can see one thing while you connecting JavaScript file with the HTML, most probably everyone connected in
Excuse
the
me,
bottom of the
Ramar sir. Yes, sir. Actually, your voice is breaking. And also, are you sharing anything on the screen, like the code?
yes, anybody doesn't see that.
Code I'm talking about. We can see the website.
Yeah, I shared every window. 1 second, I'm sharing. I
Okay,
hope you
thank
can
you.
see that. Okay, great. Okay, fine. I hope everyone has. So let's go with the lunch. Okay. So after 1:15, let's go with the lunch. We will connect 2 o'clock. Then we start that. Okay. Okay, fine. I hope that if anyone ready to go with this kind of demonstration, please let me know. I will share the code and you can also do this demonstration. Okay. Okay, fine. So now you know that what is the get tag will contain. In similar way, body. Okay. So in the body as well as you can see that. So our content part will be having all the things. Okay. So we have to understand what is the body, right? While you open the sites, okay. So you can see. So this part will be considered. This is what is right. So this all these things. Okay, so these all the places will be considered the body. Okay, so in this side, when you want to appear or when you do some presentation on this place, you need to write the content under the body. If you want to do some activity based, you need to write the activity based on that. For example, head function, right? So that will be entirely processed in this particular place, this particular tag. So that's it. So we can understand where that function will work, where body function will work, right? Fine. So that's coming to the point. So we will create simple site. I will show you that how to enable the sites. Okay. So I hope that we had it still time. So I will make it in the last 15-minute part. Okay. For example, this site I was completed, right? So this one I was completed, right? So then I will go with the JavaScript and style sheet also. Let's see that how I'm making you to visible all those things. Okay. So this is the site which I can show you here. Okay. So this is the site. So now I'm making you to enable all the sites with you. What for this, what you need to do? So you have to open the header. Okay. So you need to open the header. So I make it sign in. So suppose it doesn't have the account, please sign up. Okay. So I had it signed in now. Okay. I had it verification. I'm
Ra
checking my mobile
Ramar sir,
phone.
Ramar sir, once again. Is the screen is visible for
Please.
everyone? Please put a message because for me it is I cannot see the screen. Okay, okay, thank you, Rajshekhar.
Now,
Now also it is in black screen is up.
I hope for me bandwidth is low. I'm connecting video, disconnecting video. Now,
Now it is, yeah.
okay. So you can see that. So I'm just coming to here. Okay. So it is a HitHub portal. Okay. You can also get signed in and you can make it. Okay. So I hope that everyone's seeing that one example which I show here, right? This is one, this one. I'm making you to enable entirely to the people. Okay. So all the people can be see the sites now. So for that, what I can do, so I just create the new repository. Okay. So I just do that, okay, it's creating new repository. It's so simple. So we can create within 5 minutes every process. Don't worry, I'm not talking much what are the things in this in detail. I want to make sure that how it is exploring, how it's showing that all the things. Okay. So yeah. Okay. It's slow internet. Okay, fine. So anyway, no problem.
Ramar, we can do one thing. So now I can explain the coding. Then you can take it at the evening session.
Which coding you want to explain?
So
Okay.
can you please check the teams now once, please.
Okay, let's come into the point. Okay. So
Is Ramar, shall I continue or you're going to do? Okay, okay.
I'll make
Fine.
it first.
Sure.
Okay, fine, guys. Okay, so yes, I'll show you a few things, then we will go with that. Okay. Um, okay, fine. So like, let's see that. So this is the code which I told you that. Okay, so this is the code which will be showing like, output will be looks like this. Okay. So for this, what you need to do, so you need to write the code for it. Okay. Don't worry, it'll be created and I'll show you all the things. Okay. So this HTML having that basically division. So what division will do, it will divide all the things. All the things means you can see I'm just dividing all these parts separately. For that, so I'm just writing division. Okay, so this is the thing. It will be considered as the container. So it is container based, class. So in this class, I had it add one picture on that. Okay, in similar way, I had it another, another things, another, kind of division. In the division, I had it another picture. And similar way, I had it the another panel, another division. There is the another divisions. Okay, another kind of, images. In similarly, I had it added all that pictures for you understand, for you making to understand. So I will show you that one picture, then I'll make you to understand again. Okay, so for example, I add you one image here. Okay, so I have to check. So I'm just to make it one image here. Okay, so I'm just taking this image for your understanding. I'll just make it. Okay, so you can take it any images you can take it. Okay, so you can download that image. So please, before that, please check that property of the image. Okay, I added this into the folder image one. So I saved that image. You can come to that. So in the coding, I had it another divisions. Okay, so you can take it. So this is the main thing. You can see you can take it all these things. You can take it all here. Okay, I just taken that one. Okay, so I just taken that one. So into here, I just added. So here you can change the URL path. You can change the URL path. So you can also connect that internet where you are downloading, where you are so taking that. Okay, you can connect that page as well as. Here you may have doubt. Okay, you mentioned CSS somewhere, right? So where it is actually. Yeah, this also will be considered as the CSS one. Okay, so because I'm using state, right? So it is under the HTML itself directly. I'm embedding that one. Okay, I'm just entering that URL. So I hope that I know that my file was the in D drive. I just taken that one. I just mentioned here, and after that I'm mentioning my file name. Okay, probably please given that all the slice name into right slice, so that will be nice for you to understand. Okay, so I'm given the path name as well as now. You can give some file name here. So what is the file name? I just given image something, right? I just go there and then I'll just make it find out my image file name. So this is the file name which you need to give. Okay, so dot jpeg. Okay, so that's it. Okay, so I'm just complete that process. Okay, I'll save this one. So you have to save compulsory. Okay, then you can look at the code inside the folder which I had it here. Okay, so I had it here. So I just looking that one to view. So you can see that. Okay, it's not come. Okay, no problem. So it will, go to the running debugging. Okay, it was not added. Okay, so maybe not save that one. Okay. Okay, no problem. So, okay, so we can add that elements in below here. Okay, so maybe you can give the URL. So it will be nice to go with that. I'm just cutting this part. Okay, so because we need to remove this. Okay, so like you can see everything here. So all the pictures can be moved by the JavaScript only. So if you want to slice, wants to move, okay, these all are the panels. So one panel, so this is the another panel, this is the another panel. Okay, but while you coming to the designing, all this designing, this kind of shapes will be done by the CSS, but the movings will be happening through the JavaScript only. So that could be, you can, this is the script JavaScript. So which will be look into here. You can, it is little advanced. It's not very basic. Okay, so you can see that. So it is looks like to helping to moving the one panel to another panel. So this will be receiving the input dot panel. So you can see this is entirely made by the panels. So when it is receiving the panels as an input to JavaScript, okay, so that all the panels will be moved into next panels. Okay, while I'm clicking, so while I'm clicking that one, it will be moving to next panel. Okay, so that is the activity which we made it through the for each function to move all the things. And similarly, when I'm clicking the another picture that existing wants to remove or existing wants to guide, right? So for that, I'm using the remove activity class also. I used it. Okay, so this is the way you can develop this kind of things. One thing. So second thing, let's go with the progress steps. So that is also similar one. Okay, in the similar one, while you making here, so this is the site which made it a very simple way. So we just write the code here. So we used HTML simply. We had it as usual style sheets. We had it CSS. We have at the same time we had it metadata. You can write anything on the metadata. Okay. And coming to the progress steps. So I had it the container. I'm creating container. So what is that class? It is a container. It is comes under the style sheet. So you can see this is the container which I had it progress of the container, and it will be having the container. So you people know how to create the CSS. It's so simple. So basically, whichever words, whichever for example, I tell you that how to create as well as file actually new. Okay, so you just select CSS. Okay, so while you making that something CSS H1, so if you writing like this, so you can write the property. So this is the basic syntax, whichever words you want to use, just make it. Okay, and then you need to set the properties here. So of course there is the alignment. So of course you have a font, of course you have font, so you can make it some value size. Okay, you can make it, sorry, font style, you can make it font style here. Okay, so you can set that family of font. Like there are so many options there in that one HTML CS, sorry, one CSS tab. You can add it so many properties. Okay, so let's coming to the here. Okay, in similar way, you can see that in the CSS style which I'm adding the progress steps, I added that one. So I added some font for the URL from the Google. Okay, you can also take it the same thing. And after that, I write the root function. Okay, in the root, I had it mentioned that what are the colors I want to fill it, and what are the border of the lines wants to be in the colors. Like I made it the root of the my things. What is the root and this my output? So let's show you that what is the root actually. So this is the root actually. So this is the route which I have to travel. Okay, so this will be so this is I'm the current route in the place. So if I'm moving to second, it wants to become a blue color, and before that it wants to make it in the gray color. Okay, so that is the reason I was added the colors here. That is the reason I was added the two colors here. Okay, and here you can see that box sizing. Okay, so that is a border box. You can see the border box of the uh, output. Okay, you can see that all parts of the output. So let, and the body, so inside the body, what are the things, what is the background color should be, what is the display, and what is that alignment items, all the things I have mentioned. Okay, so these are the property. You can add more property on here. And similarly container, so container alignment also I'm setting. Okay, so this is the whatever text I had it in the body, which means container. So this is the container class. Okay, right, so this is the container which I had it here. Sorry, I have to open this. So this is the container. In this container, I'm adding all these things. Okay, so I'll just close this. Okay, so you can see that all this container, I'm adding that, style sheets here. Okay, so what are the things wants to be there? Okay, and then progress of the container. If it is starting progress on the container, so what is the margin bottom? What is the maximum size with all the things I just need to update? So that is the reason I just made it the tag name progress container. You can see the same names in the HTML, and as well as you can see this JavaScript as well as. Okay, you can see all this progress. I just made it according to that. Even that circle. So while you making the circle, how it should be looks. So what is that should be there? So what is the background color? So what is the color of the actually circle while we default? And we are mentioning what is the radius size, what is the height of that, what is the width of that. I just mentioned all that alignments. So that is the purpose of the CSS. So to having this, if the same thing, if I made it in the HTML only, it is not looking nice. It is looking so boring. So that is the reason we are adding this kind of CSS. Like I added for all that activities, for even that circle activity, for the button activity, and button focus and button disable, all the things I was there. What is the button focus and disable? Yeah. Now you can see this is the button is focusing on the next, right? I'm going to the next, it will be focusing back side as well as. Okay, if I go previously, it is not focusing. It is means disabling. Okay, so it is a disabling also happened. So it will be looking some colors. So according to that, CSS reacting here, CSS supporting for that things, all these activities. Okay, so that's it. So when I'm making the disable, so it will be looks this color. Okay, you can see it is not allowed to cursor. While I'm going that cursor looks a cursor, it is cursor is not looking. It will be looking in the cross symbol, right? I'm looking here, it will be goes with that. If I'm going here, it will be allowed. But now it is not allowed. So if you want to disable, you can disable the cursor through the CSS as well as. Like CSS having so many activities to do that. Okay, fine. You can see all that activities. You can make it very simple way. Okay, I'll share this code. Okay, because I cannot run it. I can run it only, but at the same time I cannot type all the things in the on the time, and we cannot execute because so all these codes will be having huge lines, but it will be take more time. Okay, okay, fine. You can see then the HTML code now. So there is the classes container. Under that progress container I have, and that is progress container, and under that, so you had it one class, so that will be circle active, and then circle 1 2, like I just made it. So I'm not writing anything. I'm not writing like no, what is the circle dimension, what is the circle shape, like I'm not writing anything. Everything is taken from the CSS one. For that I'm added only classes name. Okay, so but you can see I'm just only fetched that one, nothing more than that. I was mentioned what item wants to appear on the circle here. Okay, so in similar way, I made it for all that circles, 4 circles, and I made it the next button, previous button. So previous button had it the disable options also. So basically, initially it will be having the disable options, but when making the next, it will be enabled. So all the setups had it by the JavaScript. Sorry, all the setup has made it by the designed by the CSS. What about JavaScript? So basically JavaScript will be receiving the all that inputs, okay, whichever progress, whichever keywords. I told you in the beginning, while whatever keywords I'm using in this, in CSS, particularly that will be considered as the class of the HTML. You can see in the HTML, all the classes will be having the keywords. In this keyword will be major thing to work with the JavaScript as well as. You can see that JavaScript, so every keywords will be receiving from here. All that elements which will be progressed or clicked by some button, all the keywords will be received by the this HTML. Sorry, JavaScript. It is receiving all the keywords. According to this keyword, it start to react. Okay. Let's see that there is the add event listener is there. Add event listener for the another activities. Like you can update the other things, and you had it the you had it the activities of the enable and disable. So you can see all this function. Basically JavaScript is the very easiest one, but it just looks like exactly C++ Java programming. So the thing is, you need to know that the basic things of variable data types, how to declare the function, how to write, how to get the input from the users, like all the activities you need to know in the JavaScript. Then only you can easily understand the JavaScript. JavaScript, it is not like any other things. Okay, it's so simple like C++ programming. But only thing, so whatever we writing, whatever we making all the things in the C++ or other programming, so similar, but only thing, this is for the website development, but we can't get the any input directly into the JavaScript. We are getting the input from the HTML only. That is the complexity, or that is the thing may not understood clearly about this JavaScript. So basically we are receiving the input from the HTML, and that element, that input will be goes to JavaScript, and it is doing the progress. Okay, that's it. So now you can see that I was created the JavaScript file. I'm receiving the 4 variables according to that: progress, previous, and next, and circle. These are the key patterns in the output. You can see So these are the four important buttons. Okay. So this is the progress will be happening. So I want to go for the next. I want to go for the previous. So accordingly, I added the set that other things. So what about the circle? While I'll go with this next button, that circle wants to fill up by the sun color. So for that, I'm making circle. So now you can understand there is a four constant, progress or four, activities. According to that, I'm acting or I'm reacting here. So according to that, when I'm clicking next, so I created the add event listener. So this will be helping us to activate the functions carefully here to add, or it will be making the current activity plus plus. It is filling that colors and all the things and making the update as well as. And then second thing, previous add listener. So that will be helping to go for the previous function. And what about the update? This is the very important. It will be constant value. So I hope that you know that static and dynamic variable. Okay, according to this, it is a static. Okay, so which means constant variable. So whatever reactions it's happening on the during the work. Okay, for example, what I'm just mentioning. So if I go next, so it is a constant value. It will be updated on the constant updates. If I go previous, that is also updated because I was added in next and previous function. I had a two function, next and previous. In the next and previous, I have the update function that keep will be updating all these things. All the activities will be updating. Okay, fine. So then finally, I had it the moving. Finally, I move into like no previous. I can see the deactivation, I mean disable, that could be happen here. So even that next also could be disabled when it is I'm completing the fourth stage. So for that I'm writing the next also going to become the disable. So this is the way you can write technically on and the sites. Okay, so this is the way you need to write the code in technically on your sites. That's it. So this is the simple one. In a similar way, I'll just go with the another one. Okay, so this is the code for making to understand how we are developing the web applications. Okay, so don't worry, if I had a next hour, I will make you to create one application and then I'll ask you to apply the same application in the cloud. So I started, but due to some reasons I unable to deploy the sites on the real time. Okay, I hope you people understood. Don't worry, so it's not big deal. It's so simple to do that. So let's see that for I won't deploy, but I will show you my one of the faculty I made for them. Okay, you can see that one. So in similar, this is the one of the faculty we developed her websites. Okay, you can see her website. So I'll show you that sites link, and you can also look at her sites. Okay, finally I got power. So you can also check the site. So you can check the site. You can look at her site. It will be visible to all. So you can see her sites. So you see, I attended one of the workshop with me. So we were created simple sites for her. She only developed all these things. Okay, so blah blah stories. Don't worry about all these things. Okay, so that is the only thing just to understanding how we are developing, how we are deploying all these things. Okay, okay. Let's coming to the point. Okay, so I hope that you understood that things. Okay. Next thing, let's go with the another example. I want to make sure easiest one something interesting one as well as there is the sound bar. Okay, I'll make it simple one. So there is a simple site which is wherever you're looking that button, if you click applause, so it started some music. If I'm just making another vectory, so that is also will be giving some sounds. Suppose I do something wrong, so it's giving me some alarm. Okay, then you can see that all these sounds. So if you want to make those kind of things, what you need to do. So same thing, same kind of approach, JavaScript and then HTML and then CSS. So these are all the things we require. So you can see in my computer, there is an index, which means HTML file. I had a JavaScript file, I had a style sheet. So these all these three things will support us to develop all these things. Okay, so I hope that 1 minute I connected with the internet, my another internet. So I hope that it's connected. Okay, so now the power is came and then internet also started to work well. Okay, fine. So next thing we will just going for the another thing, sound and board. Okay, so this is the HTML which we worked it. So we added the folder which there is the some of sounds MP3 files. We simply taking that audio file and we making the play. So for that I use simply audio function. But you can have that one thing. I was use ID apples. So these are the names which I want to appear on the box. You have to listen another one thing. This particular things will be so simple. I was embedded only CSS style. Okay, you can see the CSS style, which is helping to create only the background, body of the background, and pattern of the background. Sorry, pattern of the things. Okay, I'm making for only body and another thing for the buttons. While I'm clicking the buttons, I won't have the reactions according to that. So that is the reason I'm just writing for that. And other than that, so you can see all these files will be having the sound folder. I had it already downloaded. So when I'm clicking that all the file, it's simply playing all the things. That's it. Okay. For that, how it is supporting JavaScript. You can see that while I'm clicking this, sounds. Okay. It is selecting the right sounds. While I'm clicking the button, it's whenever getting that, sounds according to the sounds, it's getting the sounds from the folder. It's getting the sounds from the folder. So for that, I'm using this one. So this wants to stop and start, right? So while I'm giving this sounds, while I'm clicking that one, it wants to start as well as it wants to start stop also. So that is the reason I'm taking this. Okay. Sorry, fine. So next thing you can understand another one. There are so many interesting one. So we can have that. I will definitely share this all the things. Okay, so I had it, drinking water. That is also interesting. So see that is the drinking water. So basically we want to drink it 2 liters, just 2 liters. That is the estimated water. For example, in the morning I had it 200 ml. It was increasing. So it looks like mobile applications, right? Yeah. Of course, you can do it everything with this JavaScript, HTML, and CSS. If I'm adding another 2 ml, 200, 250 ml, I'm adding another 250 ml. So like, so while you had it, all the things, it will be showing that how much had it the water. For that also, it's required the HTML and CSS. Okay. So 16th example, I'll show you here. So you can see that. So this is the HTML, which is so simple, made it in the HTML codes. So I had a head tag and I had a body tag. Under the body, so I had it the first one, I had a header file. I had it another header file, and then so I had a division. In this division, I was mentioned that objects. That's it. But I was not developed or I was not write any coding to that shapes, whichever you can see in here, right? Whichever you able to see the shapes. I'm not written anything. I'm just giving the place or I'm just giving the architecture of a place for the HTML. So, but this is made by only CSS, only by CSS. You can see that body and you can see H1, H2, how it should be appear. And that's the cup. So we have having the water, right? These are the cup of the waters, right? So and then cup will be looks in what color, what is the shape it wants, what is the height, what is the width, what is the margin, what is the flexible, all these things I was mentioned in this. So this is the bigger cup. So this is what this bigger cup. And similarly, so this is the small cups. So you can see this all small cups, right? So that is made by this one. Okay. And after that, that is if you when I'm clicking this, it wants to fill it, right? When I'm clicking that, it wants to fill some colors inside. So that is made by this one. Okay. So if I'm not filling that one, it should be in the white color. It should be in the white color. Okay. If I'm clicking on that one, so it should be in the blue color. So it will be made it here. Okay. It will be made it on that. So when I'm making that, it will be filling by the colors. So that is a cup should be appear like this and remind also should be appear like this. Okay. And then remind span also it will be looks and remind small also will be looks like this. All this so, and percentage also we are calculating here. That is also added through the CSS one. Now you people understood how much important CSS, how much important HTML. HTML it's a place to create the architecture while all you making that shapes or content or some buttons or something, everything made by the only CSS. Okay, but when you want to making the event activities, all these activities will be happen through JavaScript only. I hope that you people can be see it in here while I'm clicking this button, how much percentage I had it, and then remaining liters also how much. So how it is coming because of the JavaScript. So I'm writing the code here. So for identifying, sorry, for identifying that how much, how much it is remaining is there. So what is the percentage I want to do, and what is the liter of things I have. And when I had it 1 250, when I'm clicking 1 250, how it is coming to like no 25 percentage because of this function. Okay, like I written all the activities here, so I can't explain one by one, so it's a huge line of codes, so it's taking much time. So I'll definitely share with this all the codes. You can also take it and you can demonstrate. Okay, so now you can comes to the conclusion how it is important CSS and HTML and then JavaScript. Okay, and then one more final one, so let's go with that another one. So I'll hope that movie app, so that will be also interesting one. And track and trap, so it is a simple one. I hope that I will just show you the track and trap. So there is a track and trap. Even I'll show you that password generator also. Okay, so 21, you can see that. So there is one picture will come. So now I do the track and trap. See, I can do track and trap. So for this activity also playing major role CSS and HTML, sorry, GSS and JavaScript. You can see that. So this is the simple HTML is just a place to write the codes. But other than that, so see all the classes are empty. But while I'm taking the picture from JavaScript, okay, I'm just taking that pictures from here. I'm helping to track that all the things. Okay, JavaScript and CSS. So this is making that enable the source of the images, and when I'm tracking that one, it make that empty of the place in the white color. While I'm tracking this one, it will becomes and immediately making the white color. So all the setups had by the CSS and made by the JavaScript, the all the activities. In similar way, we had another thing as well as like let's go with the another example, password generator. So that is also very interesting one. Okay, so okay, so see that. So I was making most probably we will fix it the length from 8 to 13 or 12 letters only. I make 8 letters. I mentioned my password once will generate in the 8 letters. So now I'm creating generate the password. So see, I had small letter, I had the capital letter, I had a symbols. I had a symbols. Okay. So if you want to make it include the numbers, so you can include the numbers. So I just including the number, include that numbers. Okay, so I just added. Okay, so I just only creating the password only capital letters. If I want to add it, adding some lower cases, I can make it and I can generate with the lower case. I want to include some numbers as well as I can include the numbers as well as. See, I had it with the symbols. Okay, it's goes something wrong. Okay, so I can include the numbers also, but it does not work out. Okay, no problem. So it wants to come, I will check that. Okay, so numbers not added. So I can add that numbers as well as here. So for this, all the things I can look at my script. So basically all the things will be created through the this JavaScript functions only. So you can see that. So while I'm clicking that, so this will comes all the symbols. In similar way, I added numbers as well as you can see it there. Okay, so generate that all these things accordingly. So we had it. So numbers, we had it. Numbers, I'll check it. I want to check the function. The numbers is not working. Okay, no problem. So we will add that one later. Okay, so these are the basic steps we need to understand. Now, while you're creating the password, we can generate all the things through the HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. And another interesting thing, while we pressing some button, it will be reacting something. I'll show you something. Hand over mobile tab notifications verification. Okay. And yes, form. So everyone discussed of the form, right? So I hope that I will show you that as well as. Okay, I can look at here. It will be so simple. So I hope that you people know verification. So that verification also how it will happen. So basically we will receive the OTP and we will enter that one, right? So that is also you can make it. Okay. Yes, form validator. Here it is. So this is the simple form. So which we can develop through the, HTML and CSS. So simple. So you can see that. So basically we created the form using that. I was created out this activities. Okay. So you can see when I'm entering some data, for example, I'm just entering some data. Okay. So I wrongly entered. While you validate, so it will be saying username is right, but the password email is wrong. So password is wrong. So it is mismatch. So what we can do, we need to enter perfectly. So how it is validating. So that is the main thing. Okay, I'm submitting again. See, now it is right. So this validation also could be happen through the JavaScript only. It is receiving all that input and checking that conditions is right or wrong. You can see the code here. So there is a JavaScript. It is receiving all that form information, username, email ID, and password too, which means password first and second password we are making for that. So like, when we receiving that all the things, it's checking that the things is right or wrong. Okay. So basically, so while you making inputs, that will be checking that input is required or you are given or not given. For example, I'm not given this input. So if I'm doing that entering something, it's saying that in initial stage itself, you must something on here. So, okay, fine, I'm entering something. So similar way, if I'm coming to that, if I'm giving some input, for example, email ID, it's checking is it email or not. Okay. And it is checking email is it is or not. And in similar way, it is checking that password is given or not given. Okay. And accordingly you can see all the scores here, so you will get that all that things. So it will be checking username and email ID password. Once you've done that, so it will be fine. Otherwise it is checking all this length as well as how many length you want to given the username, and what is the minimum length, what is the maximum length, what is the password minimum length and maximum length, and what should be the email. All the things will be checked and then it will be showing the verifications. So this is the way you can write the HTML and CSS. Okay. So I hope that you got some idea. Okay. So if you have any doubts, please put the make it the questions here. I can help you on that. Do you have any questions now? So do you have any question on this part? I can understand. Okay. So let's go with the lunch. And second half, we had a chance. So I will explain how to create the simple website for your profile. Okay. Yeah. So do you have any doubts on this? Okay, great. So yes, but yes, needs to resource for the testing. Testing means you want. Could you please explain where the question, sir? Need to resource for testing means I couldn't understand. Okay, fine. So I will share the codes. So definitely I will share the codes with you, and you can also take it. Okay. Okay, so don't worry. So these all the things will be, I will upload my repository and you can take all those things. And these all the things so simple to understand and develop all the things. And you can execute all those codes and you can completely create the wonderful website for you or your college or your organization. So whatever it is. And these are the very simple activities only, but all the activities we develop in these separately, but we need to make it in the one place. Okay. So let's go with that, other things on the after, 2 o'clock. Okay. Then let's see that. Okay. So before that, I want to have one more discussion. I hope that. Okay. I will share you there. So this is the same, name you can find out. You can find here. I will share with you, sir. Don't worry, I'm in the WhatsApp group. So I will share with you. You can take it, sir. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Ramar, sir. So actually, in the afternoon session 2 to 3, we'll be having more examples and I will share you the repository link for the classroom exercise. And also, while completing the session, we'll be having one take home exercise will be there. For that, I will give you the kind of format, so how the question will be, and you have to design it from your end. Okay. Clear, faculties. And so we also have the attendance. So I have a Google form, so I'll be sharing it by 2:30. Okay. So the break will be like 1:15 to 2. So after 2 o'clock, please be on time. So join the session. We have some more examples to complete. Okay.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay. I think Rama sir, if you want to tell something, you can.
That's fine. That's fine, Uma.
That's all. Okay. For LMS registration, definitely everyone has to complete the registration by today. Today is the last date. Okay. So till 2 o'clock, you have a time. So after that, we'll be creating a batches. Okay. So tomorrow we will help you with the navigation part. So how you will be, that is, go through the content and how you will be completing the assessments. So tomorrow, most probably, you will have a baseline assessment. Clear? So if you have any question related to LMS or related to the subject, please let me know. The same link will be used for the next session. So it will be shared in the mail, sir. If not, also we will share it in the WhatsApp group. Okay. But the main important thing is you have. Sukumar, sir, your voice is not audible. Could you please speak louder?
No, madam, I have no question.
Yes, yes, sir.
Actually, sir, actually, who are registered in already in LMS, okay, don't worry. So this time you need to select the, another track. So I hope I will get back few data and then I will clarify these things. Okay, so I hope that so many people's in the LMS. So let's get that detail. Okay, so we will just, so you can access the both track now. So let's, give some, afternoon I will clear this problem.
Okay, so we have done already. So Rama sir will help you with that. So whoever is not aware of it, so everyone, so that is who is new to this LMS portal, so just log into that and register it. Okay. So this is very important. The certification is definitely everyone, the faculties have to get 70%, at least 70%. So otherwise it will not be evaluated. Okay. So yes, thank you so much. So we'll continue at 2 o'clock. Thank you so much for your patience and support. We'll see you at 2 o'clock. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you all. You had it any query, please kindly put the message. I will help you. So now you can take lunch, sir, and come back at 2 o'clock. And yes, sir, Dr. R.K. Sham. So, sir, you can switch off your camera currently. And afternoon, we had a photo sessions. We will switch on the camera and we can take it. So thank you so much all. And let's go with, 2 o'clock and be on the touch. And whatever doubts, please feel free and put the message. And don't think it is simple one. So we had it so many funds in the HTML, CSS. So you can ask so many things. Okay. So while you asking so many questions with us, it is easy to interact, easy to bring it some new things. Okay. So that is the reason we are expecting some question from your end. Okay. So that will make us to encourage as well as. Thank you so much. And let's start at 2 p.m. Thank you all.
So this meeting link will always be there. So if you have any questions in between the lunch also, you can post it here. I will answer it. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Bye. So please join at 2 o'clock.
Thank
Thank you. Okay, we'll wait for some 3 to 5 minutes and then we'll start the session. Okay. Exactly at 2:05 we will start. Okay, thank you. I hope everyone is back. Just give thumbs up. Are you back? Faculties, can you see my screen? My voice is audible.
Yes, yes, madam.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the confirmation. Yes. Okay. So actually now a plan to take a classroom exercise. Okay. So how we are going to create a page using semantic elements and media query and using CSS grid and static web page with a responsiveness. So this is a classroom exercise. Once it is done, so I will ask you to, so this is a take home exercise. So actually every faculty has to create a portfolio. So portfolio is nothing but which was shown by Ramar sir. So I'll show you the images how it will be. So you need to use these foundation languages, scripting languages like HTML, CSS, and JS. So today I'll most probably complete HTML and CSS part. And tomorrow I will give some more examples on JS and advanced JS. Okay, that's what my plan. So, but try to do this. So the pages should be like this. So this is the home page. Okay, so I have given my name and the details. If I click on this, toggle bar, so I should have this navigation: home, about me, my work, and to reach me. So what are my works? It will be displaying like this. If I click on this project, it should open that particular project link. Okay, so like this, and the contact me. So this is the take home exercise. You just try and come. If not, I can explain you tomorrow. Okay. So everyone understood about the take home exercise? So better in the, yeah, better at, that is 2:45, like that. I will be sharing the attendance sheet and this take home exercise. And one more thing, we need to take the photos. That is a screenshot. That's it. Okay. So now let me start with the coding. Let other faculties join. So now we will start with the semantic elements. So previously, we have discussed about the forms, how we will be creating a forms. So these are the important, things the student able to understand the logic, how they are creating. Okay, semantic elements. So previously Ramas had explained you like what are the different ways we can navigate and how we can work. But now as a faculty, we need to inform the students how they are creating the things. Okay. So now let me create a semantic elements. So what is here is I will first create a header element. Okay. So header element is again a semantic elements. And then we have something called as a navigation. Definitely, uh, if we have some name called, example, I'm giving a name as welcome to our page. Okay, this is the header name, and the navigation is nothing but I'm giving a different links. Example, what is a home and contact us. So using this as a reference, you can create a take home exercise. Okay, so href. So this is an anchor tag, and href is an attribute. So what is a file? So as of now, I'm just giving a hashtag because I'm not going to link it for any URL or anything. And then I'm giving a margin. So I need some margin before all the tabs. For better understanding, what I will do is let me have a navigation like home and contact. And I have one more thing that is called as let it take us about us. Okay. So these are the different navigation I have. So these are the semantic header and navigation. And next one is we have something called as an article. So in an article, you will be specifying some paragraphs or the headings. Example, I give some headings like HTML content. Okay. So I've given as a HTML content. I'm just giving this ID to be home. So I'm linking here. So href is equals to home. So here we need to use hash. If it is a ID, we need to use a hash. And again, I'm creating one more heading. If it is not clear, you can ask me then and there. And I'm using a hashtag and I'm creating a about us. So this is contact. And again, I'm changing here as a contact. Okay. So students have to create things using semantic elements. That is important style guide now. So don't, as a student, to create using a DAV container. And now here I'm using a about us. href is equals to hash about us. Okay. Okay, so this is the article part. So here I need some paragraph. Let me include some paragraph. I'll copy some content from the internet. So lorem ipsum. I get some text here. Okay, this is a dummy content. You can use this to check your website navigations when you are using some paragraph. Okay. So next, again, I'm just copying next content. And then this is for the third paragraph. Okay. So this is for the third paragraph. Let me mention it as paragraph. This is for about us. And here I didn't mention paragraph. So let me mention it as a paragraph. Okay, done. So now we have completed the article part. So this is a navigation part and this is a header part. So now what is the last one we will be importing? Like if you are going to include some images, yes, you can do it. So let me include a image. So image, what we can do is we can consider the image inside the figure element. So figure element is also the semantic elements. Inside this, I'm just giving a center. Why? Because I want to make the image in a center place. So image src is equals to some file name. Okay, and also I'll give the width and height for this first. So width and the height. So what is the height value? Let me give it as 247 like that. And with this going to be some 300 pixels. Okay. And I'm going to make it this one as a center. So let's copy the image from the internet. Width and height of some 300 and 300 images. Oh, okay, let me take this image, copy the image link. So let me put it here. Okay. So once it is done, so next what I'm going to do is I need to give a name for this figure. Okay. So how I can give? Again, we have a semantic elements called fig cap. That is fig caption. Okay. So here also you can mention where it has to display. So again, I give the style to be what? Text align it to be the center. It should be in the center part. Okay. And then what is the name you're going to give? So I can give it's a watch. Clear? So these are the captions. I've closed the figure. So finally, if you're trying to include some videos, yes, we can also include some videos here. So let me give a video tag